Good evening and welcome back. Um, this morning the stream was cut a bit short because I had some kind of connection problem. But as far as I could find out, there was a glitch in the servers. But I'm not 100% sure what the result was, or what the reason was why the stream was cut. I was playing around with the new castle assets, and I started working on the brewery, and I did a bit of work on it, and this is what the brewery looks like at the moment. It's kind of like a Gothic cathedral, and one of the things that I still want to add to this is the round part here in the back, but I'm not sure about it yet, because this would kind of screw with my corners here. So I'm not sure if I want to add that and how to add it. So but I added all these buttresses in here and made it look kind of freaky. So let's have a look. The moment it's floating, and I'm not sure if we can get through here. Yeah, no, we can't really. It's not working 100% because of the collision here. Thank you for the host. And let's see. One of the problems that we have at the moment is that we don't have a roof, and we don't have any interior yet. Something that's a bigger problem for me is the fact that we don't have windows. So if we get the sun, there it is, the inside is completely dark. So that would be kind of a problem. What I would like to have is window here that we can add to this. Have these cathedral colored windows, and then the light shining through and coloring the inside basically. But we don't have that yet. But I think I can create something like that. So, first thing I noticed that I need to change is I need to go into here and change the collision for the entrance. Sorry about the yawning. It's I'm still kind of tired because I missed a bit of sleep in the last few days. So you see the collision mesh here is quite yeah, let's call it expensive. In contrast to what we would get if we just take the mesh. Oh no, it would work, but the problem is we can't go through it. At least not in game, because we have the collision here. What we could do is build different collisions here, but what I usually do in a situation like this is go here into collision, remove collision, and then go here and click that. Yeah, this one. And this will create collisions based on the mesh itself. Good for doorways, stairs, and all that stuff. Okay. Let's save this, close it. And now we should be able to walk in here, even though, like I said, interior is not done yet. But there should be nothing blocking our way in here. But for some reason we can just walk through the walls, which is a problem. So we need to go to the walls and fix those. So these don't have collisions. Since they are just plain, it's easier to just use that plane as a collision mesh than adding a cube. So now we have that. Let's save all because I'm not sure I saved everything. Oh, I did. Okay, so we shouldn't be able to go through the walls again. Yep. We can't go through these, which is okay. Can't go through those. Okay, good. Even though I still want to look at the collision for this. Yeah, it's creating simplified collision, but the problem is that we are not able to really go through this according to the mesh. What we can do is try to create proper collision mesh here. Even though this one looks even worse complexity wise. Can try to up the accuracy. Or maybe put it down. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see what we get here. Problem is with high accuracy, it takes a long time to process. Yep, that takes a long time. Um, I was playing around with something else in my break. I opened up Blender again, and I was trying to get the damn it, trying to figure out how to work with Blender again, and at some point I want to create this, but there's one thing missing again, like usually from Blender. There's a button, there's one option missing that's buried in a shortcut, but something I can't figure out and I need to look up. But I kind of forgot about to do before the stream, and that's how to extract this mesh piece here from the wall mesh, because at the moment, if we go into object mode, this is one object, and I want to have this newly created piece up top here as its own object, but I can't figure out how to extract that for some reason. And it's something really simple as usual, but I can't find the right button for it, or I don't know the shortcut. It was something with P, but I'm not sure what I need to click to do that. So yeah, I need to figure that out. I think I have some links somewhere with shortcut lists, because that seems to be the only way to work with Blender. And what this is for the village I created houses with walls that have a 60-degree angle, and we need to create floor pieces for them. That's one of the floor pieces, and then we need them for the corner as well. So that's something I want to do there, but yeah, this is still processing. Okay, let's do some research on this. So we have a lot of browser windows here open, so let's take one of those. Let's take this one. And let's see, we have too many bookmarks here. Biggest problem is I don't use bookmarks that often because I have too many. Where was it? Yeah, 3D modeling. That would make sense, yeah. Nope. Or maybe Blender, that could also work. And here we go. That's the shortcut list I was looking for. Let's see. Alt plus P. clears the parent. Interesting. But I think I need to click something before that. Not sure. So let's have a look. So if I go to edit mode, I'm in edit mode and press Alt P. It's subdividing this. So no, that's not the right shortcut anymore. Awesome. Damn it. If you use shortcuts, don't change them. And this one is not there anymore. Awesome. Yeah. Alt plus P. Clear parent. Okay. Yeah, but no. This collision object here is more complicated than the mesh itself, so I would say no to that. So let's put the accuracy down. No. Let's remove the collision. I think that's what the start collision was. Like I said, it's cutting this arch out, which could be the way where we want to go. So I think yeah, let's do this. Let's take the meshes. You know, this gives us quite accurate collision up here where we don't need it. So basically we could accurately impale someone on those spikes if you want to, but no, not the right kind of game for that. And here we have even bigger area. Even though here we can get away with simple box. Let's make this smaller and just move it here. I think this could be enough, even though we need to remove the other collision. Hello. Okay, I think that's okay for this big one. So now we should be able to just walk along here, even though the collision is a bit too much here. But here we can just walk along those. And we need to fix the collision so that we can walk on the inside. Let's see. Even though we still need to add stuff to this, but we should be blocked here by stuff. Yeah. We need to fix the collision of the big buttresses there. And I think I'm using them as dividers here. Yeah, same thing here. We just need the simple box collision for this. So let's remove that. Put this roughly in the middle here. That's all we need collision wise, because we're not climbing on roofs and getting in contact with these pieces here, so you wouldn't need those to be accurate enough. Let's move this. Oops, nope. Let's move the whole object down. Let's walk in here. Hello. Okay. I think I went a bit crazy with the buttresses in different layers here, but I like the look. And now I just need to add a roof to it. And interior. I think interior would be useful at some point. So as a result, all these outlying buildings here. Yep, that's the brewery. It story-wise, the brewery was built in an old temple and then converted into a brewery slash inn and then abandoned because it was nowhere near anyone and wasn't lucrative enough. And then some goblins tried to run the brewery themselves with not really success, let's call it that. Yeah, the earlier version I had for the brewery looked a bit too simple for my taste. If I go here, and that was the earlier iteration of the brewery. And I had always the problem that the area for it was too big. For a normal building. Because I only had the interior to go by, and we never really specified the exterior in the D&D session. So yeah, that was the version I had in Unity, and this is the new version, one I like a lot better. But like I said, I need to push those building placeholders here to the side. And in the village, I worked on these walls, but I'm not happy with the walls yet, because there's something wrong with them in different ways. I created these procedurally generated meshes here that we could use, that are quite optimized. But the big problem I have with them is that they don't have any way to add gates to them. I haven't figured out to do that yet. And the other problem is for the walls, I don't need them to be that thick. The only thing I need is this basically, and then the floor on the right spot. And I think I just... No, I thought I figured out what's wrong here, but Nope, it's not what it looked like. Yes, that's the blueprint. Here in my construction script, I'm switching between different types, standard or fancy. Fancy is with buttresses, standard is without. And then I'm creating the base meshes. So the difference is that I can put this to standard and the buttresses are gone. And if I put it to fancy standard, the buttresses are there again. But I'm not sure about the buttresses for city walls. They seem a bit too much. So I might just change these pillars here or dividers into something that looks a bit better. And if I go in here, I'm going through all the steps, setting the floors. And here I'm going through my x coordinates, and then for loop, adding all the floor pieces that I need here in one row, and then checking my y coordinate, and then go through another row and add them as many as I need for the whole area. Even though for some reason no, this is right, but the dividers are wrong for some reason. Setting those up is kind of wrong. Not sure why. Even though I've set the right objects here. Yeah, that's divider 1. Divider 2 is 2 wall units high and stuff like that. But from the meshes I have, it's actually better to use a complete different system, because I'm having these wall pieces here that are two-sided, and this is a simple small wall, and goes up to big wall like this. Let's take one that's where is it? This one. I think it's this one. Yeah. Goes to these. And then I can add parapets on top of them. And since they are two-sided, I wouldn't need to set my wall mesh on both sides and set the floor pieces and stuff like that, because that's all integrated here. Just need to set the height and the length of the wall. It would be quite easier to create it with these assets, but I just got these assets yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And I haven't changed much of the scripts here yet for that. So in this case, I wouldn't need to add the floors. Let's just set the walls, and setting the walls would be just one loop here basically, and then I wouldn't need to do all this. Wait, why am I setting dividers here? I think I noticed my error. Delete that. So now base mesh. Yeah, here we are setting the dividers again. So save this. And yep. Okay. Let's see. Did it fix this? No. Just remove the additional dividers we had in there, or pillars. But it didn't fix the error we have with our walls here. And this is an absolute chaos here, because for some reason in some of these functions I ordered them differently. So it's complete chaos in that regard. So why are we not setting this correctly? Okay, I see why. This makes sense. Okay, and remove that. Okay. Save that. And now this is fixed. Okay. Now we need to do the same for the corner pieces. So set corners. Okay, now we have proper walls with proper height that we can change here. even though that's too high. And the problem is if I go higher, I'm losing my corners, because they only go up to 5. But we don't need walls that high, so it's fine in that regard. I think 3 was the best here. And they also work best with the gates. And the gates are here, entrances. And I think it's this one. Yeah, that would be the gate. And there's one problem here. The gate is 2 wall units high. So procedurally generating everything around it would be kind of a mess. And this is a double. We also have this as a single gate here. But it's still 2 units. 2 wall pieces high. And until I haven't figured that out, I'm doing the brewery by hand. Placed all these by hand. No procedural generation here, because I cannot figure out to set this damn mesh here instead of 2 walls. I mean, if it were 1 wall and I'm just replacing that, then maybe, but not for this one. So, not really sure how to fix that. And another big problem I noticed is that there are no roofs. We have nice looking parts to build cathedrals, but we don't have roofs. So there was a in here, the guy who created it teased those at some point. Yeah, cathedral chests and stuff like that, but he didn't release the roof parts. At least not yet. So I'm kind of in a situation where I need to create those on my own. That's why I opened up Blender and tried to figure out Blender again. even though so far it's kind of a mess. And the inspiration for the look is, I think over here, yeah. It's kind of a Gothic cathedral. Even though a bit more buttresses to the side and having it look a bit more, yeah, fantasy, harsh. I don't know what to call it. But I'm not going for the full um, cathedral layout. Another thing I noticed about the environment models I'm using is that for the is it here? For the cathedral interior, these windows are meshes that are put onto the wall. There's no hole in the wall for the windows. It's fine for interior stuff, but if you create interior and exterior packs that work together, then it would be nice to have walls where I can connect in and outside properly with holes in it so that the light can shine through. But that's not in here. And don't get me wrong, I'm complaining a lot. I really love those assets, and they're a huge amount of assets for really cheap price. So just find something in them that's always kind of exactly what I need, but it's not there. So it's the small things. Has he updated this yet? Yeah, no. And all these examples here use lights in opaque windows, which is kind of a shame sometimes. Even though he has an example of transparent windows. But the The pack was originally created for top-down games where you don't go into houses like that. Don't need the light to shine out of it or inside. So it's okay. I mean, you can use them for first-person games, but there are a few limitations. For instance, these windows up here, I cannot get. There's a complete combined mesh with just this window in it, and I cannot change this out with a transparent one. It looks strange. But he added one that has piece where I can change out this wall here to something else, but only for these roofs that are 3 wall pieces wide. So yeah, I should stop complaining. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's the layout of the brewery so far. Okay. What are we going to do now? Now that I've scared away most of the viewers. Yay! Sorry about that. Let's see. I think I want to create. Yeah, let's experiment with walls. I want to figure this out. This has to be possible somehow. Let's see. What's the easiest way to create a wall with a gate in it procedurally? I think the easiest way would be to just take this as the centerpiece and then add wall pieces left and right according to parameter for wall lengths or so. So this should work. If I take this one, then we are just adding wall pieces on both sides. Now let's take this one. It's the right height. So if the height always stays the same, you can just add pieces left and right, and then it should be quite easy. Hopefully. building blueprints. And duplicate that. And for this we don't need I'm not sure if I need the wall type. Let's keep it here for the moment, but yeah, let's keep that in because we can switch between different gate types. And fancy is adding buttresses, so we can leave this in. But we don't need Z on this because we don't want to change the height of the wall because it's always 3 units, meaning 9-meter high walls. So let's remove that. Yes. And we don't need Y as well. We only need X, which would be the wall length. Yeah, I think that's right. So let's rename this to wall length. And then let's go in here, base mesh. We don't need floors. We need walls, and they have the floor integrated. So that should be the first thing we do. And do we need corners? No. Wait. We could add corners. For the moment, let's leave the corners out. We still have the function here, but let's leave this out. Let's delete that. I want the dividers in here because it looks a bit better. So that's the second thing we do. And I think we can remove those. Okay, so we are setting the walls. Here we need to do something different. we are not using Z anymore. We don't need the for loop here. Don't need that. We need only X-aligned walls, so we can remove all this down here. We can also remove that. And now we need to get our, and we don't need Y. Do we? No, we don't need Y. So here we need to figure out so we have the middle where the gate is, and yeah, I mean that would work for most of them, but I think it wouldn't work for, let's see, what kind of, yeah, okay. First problem here, the gate is not in the middle, even though I can fix that, but so let's see, can we create something where this is here? I mean, we could add two variables to it and number of walls to add left and right, and then we would be done with it that way. I think that's the easiest solution for that. Then I wouldn't need to add one on the left or one right, wherever you would see this, and then maybe 4 here, and then this wall would be done. Yeah, let's set this up that way. Walls left. Walls right. Okay, so for the walls left, we would remove one and then have this index. This could be 0 because they're all on the same axis there. Yeah, okay. And then we are multiplying that. And we would have, we need to add 250 to that for the gate. And I think we don't need a rotation here. And here we would do the same, but negative. So no, this would be negative. Shouldn't need a rotation here. I think that's it for the walls. Now we need to select the right walls. Let's see. Walls. We need the I think it's wall 2. 1 by 1, yeah. I think it's this one. Let's double check. No. It's not the right one. Is there a different one? Yes. Yep, that's the one I want. Even though I want this to be higher. So this would be this one, I think. Yep, that's the one. Let's see, base mesh. Let's just do this. And here we need to that. What's left? What's right? Yeah, we need to change this anyway, so let's keep that there. And we need to add the gate in here. Entrances. And this is this one. Just add this in here, and this should be in the middle without any rotation. And I think we have the wrong axis here, but let's see. Let's add in this one. Yeah, it's that's completely wrong. So there has to be a different kind of wall that fits to that gate. Okay, let's see. Okay, now this is the right angle there, but we need to change the offset to Y. And I think the offset needs to be bigger for the initial block. So, damn it, we don't need that. So this needs to be 500. It's not enough. Always opening that. So it's not 500, so it's I think 625. Okay, so that worked. Now we need to add our dividers in here. And we also need to add the parapets on top, because this one has them already, so we need to add those to our wall pieces as well. So what is that? Let's see, parapets. And these, damn it. Okay. So these I need to place on both sides of the mesh on top. Okay. So kind of like the dividers. Let's make this static. Let's check if the walls here work on both sides. Nope, the offset is wrong. Yep, now we have our walls here. So these would be 2 on both sides. It would still be a bit strange with connecting them to towers and all that stuff. But I think the tower connections I need to do manually. So we are setting the dividers. Yeah, we can remove this. So block we can remove because we're not using Z. My chaos here. So these are, yeah, Y aligned. So this thing we can delete here. Okay. X is the same here. Yeah, this will be different, but we don't need the rotation. Wait, I think we need the rotation in here because now we can't see it here for the offset. Let's throw those in. Yeah, we need those. Need the rotation there. I'm not sure if they line up correctly. Right. I'm not sure if we need a rotation here. Let's try it without. Let's save this. Blender models, what is this? Okay. We need to add a different divider to this. Or no divider. For this we don't need the corner pieces here, because we don't have corners on this. And I think we only need one kind of divider here. Okay, so we don't need the rotation. Now we need to figure out the offset here. Now we need to connect that. Here on the base mesh. need to set the height for them properly. So they are down there, so they need to be at 600, I think. Oops, sorry about that. Only getting one here. Even though we should be getting two. And we still need this 2 minus 1. Let's try something else here. So it should be similar to this. Oh, okay, so it's independent of this. Does it have, no. So it's just not setting this correctly. taking the index. I mean, this looks right to me. Why is it not doing what I think it would do? Recalling it correctly. We're setting this towards left. Even if we do this, it doesn't change the index here. Or the y coordinate. Oh, yeah. Because we are setting them in the wrong direction. So we need to... Okay. I just saw the error. This needs to be minus 250. Okay. Okay. Yep, that's it. And then we basically need to copy the whole thing down here. So we need this. And we don't need a rotation here. We need this to be plus. And this needs to be 600. And there we go. And then we copy the whole thing. Connect this. and connect this. Change these values to positive. Okay. Oh, and let's give this a proper name, because those are not dividers to be set there. Okay. Do we need dividers here? I'm not sure. I mean, they look good here, but let's see. Do we have an offset here in some way? Kind of doubt that. No, looks good. So the rotation was no problem there. So we can remove this. Oh yeah, we can delete that because I'm doing this differently. Let's copy this. Okay. So on the left, we don't need no, we don't need them on the right because it's rotated. But on the left we need 3. Oh no. 5. Yeah. Yeah, the only problem is that they are not lining up correctly, but we can work with that. By lining up, I mean with potential towers that I still need to build here. And I need to line them up by hand. And another problem is that we don't have a way to get up there. So my guards cannot get to the walls. Which is kind of a problem if they have to patrol up there. So that's something I need to figure out as well. But now we need to tell this that it's using the gate, and in other cases not using the gate. So we need to change this. Yep, I know how. We need another variable here. This would be float. And this is the gate offset. This doesn't need to be edited on the outside. And when we select this, we're also setting the gate offset. Because here we are basically doing the same thing. Only with a different gate offset. So for the first one, the gate offset is 0. For the second one, the gate offset would be 625. And for the third one, it would be, let's see, what's the third gate? Big as that. Oh, that makes all this higher as well. Let's see, do we have this same size? Yep. So this would be with a big gate. Which means the offset is let's see. Yeah, we need to play around with the value here because I'm not 100% sure how much that is offset wise. But it looks like it's 250 more. So it's 875 for the offset. And then in here we set the walls. Here we are removing that, and we are subtracting float value, and that's the gate offset. And here we are adding the gate offset. And for the parapets as well. Okay, that should be all here, and it's not all yet because we need to set this according to our gate offset. We need to make this visible or invisible according to our settings here. So here we need to set this. Let's move this here. And this one, let's call this small gate. And let's also add the big gate. And here we are setting the small gate visible, the big gate visible. And let's see what we get. Okay, that worked. Even though I'm not sure if I really need the big gate somewhere. I think the small gate is big enough. But that way we can remove this and this. And set this to standard. And use four on both sides. just saw something broken here. So this is not correct. These should be 4 wide, not 3. So it's either the offset that's wrong or some part of the calculation. Let's see. I think that's the problem here. Yeah, the offset is wrong. Oh, was wrong. So we can remove one here on both sides. And I think this is okay. I might need to change the terrain around here a bit. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about the placement. They might change at some point. I think I can push this wall back a bit so that I'm only using one tower here. I can maybe add the two walls here so that they're connected to one tower. And as a result, this tower would be here, and then with a short wall there. Something like that. Like I said, I'm not sure about the towers yet. Because the towers that are in here are kind of a joke. Because they are the same size as the wall itself. And as a result, mostly unusable for interior stuff. And the other problem is that they are, we can't use them for anything. And they're also the right size already. So if I scroll down here, I initially had a problem with my import size because they were quite small, but this is set up correctly, so it's how they are supposed to be. So I need to kind of build my own towers. Because all these are kind of useless. So even though for this we could basically use our other procedural thingy. So let's see. We could use that. Put this to 2. This to 2. Push it up to 4 maybe. And then we have our own towers, even though we have the same problem basically. They're kind of closed off and basically unusable. But I can use them as placeholders here. So what we could do with them is push them here. Because we kind of need a doorway and staircase in them for them to work properly, so they need to be higher so that we can sink them in here. And then we need to line them up properly. Yeah, lining those up. I need to work with a bit, because I also need to change the terrain here so it's not poking through the inside of the gate here and stuff like that. Yeah, but this definitely has a different look to it. No, we can't get through here. Need to fix the gate. What kind of gate are we using in here? I think it was the smallest one we had. And then I think it's this. But the collision for this is completely around it. So what will we need for this? Yeah, I think we need to go to complete mesh collision, because we can try to create colliders for this here and then colliders on top, but I think this is because on top here my villagers should be able to walk, and the player should also be able to get up there. We also need to go through the gate. We might not need to go through, have the whole top here, but let's see. The collision that is here we need to remove, but using the whole mesh as a collision, not sure, that might be a bit too much. Yeah, let's set up simplified collision here. Let's change that. Yep, Unreal Engine. Why? And then we're adding this on the other side. I'm not betraying anyone. It's the same game. But the thing is, stuff that I wanted to do, I couldn't do in Unity. That's why I switched over. Oh, that's one of the main reasons I switched over was that I have someone helping me out with characters. And he tried to work in Unity with more traditional pipeline to create characters, and he nearly quit on me. And we had a long discussion, and he said if I'm switching over to Unreal, he will definitely help me out, because the pipeline to create characters is much better for Unreal. Next thing, have a look at the terrain. It looks way better than the one that looked in Unity. Yep. And the other thing is, I have full control over it. If I want to, let's make this smaller. If I want to flatten out this area here, it will completely change, add cliffs, add grass on top, and I have complete control over that. And then there are a few small things that I could easily get in Unity, but they all cost money. And the same things I could also get in Unreal and don't have to pay a dime for it. So, since I'm on a tight budget, that was also one of the reasons why I switched. Yep. Give me a moment. I'm jumping to the start point. Or flying to the start point. So now we should be roughly at this player start. Okay. Okay, now we get the first journal entry here. We just landed in the world. and kind of giving us a bit of background. Okay, there's something strange going on. No broken bones, no injuries, and we don't really know where we are. And a bit of background that we accepted some kind of contract, and we were in some kind of tutorial room, let's call it that way, with levers, pressure plates, and stuff like that, which I haven't created yet, but it also didn't exist in the Unity build. And here we have the first person we can talk to. And we can ask him who he is, and then a bit where we are. Oh, there's a village nearby, so we can have a look at that village. And we can also take a few steps in here, explore something else in here, which is not there yet. It's a placeholder at the moment. And comment to the old man. And then we reach the town. There's no text here yet. I need to add that in. And we can talk to the guard. And then we are in town. And in here we have villagers standing around in the houses at the moment, and when it's around, I think, 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning, they will go to the marketplace and pretend to buy stuff. They're standing in front of market stalls, wait a moment, and then walk on to somewhere else. Not quite true. You can make Unity look really awesome, but you need to have a bit of, you need to add a few plugins in there. Yeah, kind of. That's kind of what they're doing. Or think of it of them trying to get their morning coffee. They just woke up and now they need coffee. So they're running out, grumpy as hell, and try to get coffee. But no one is selling anything. So they're just running around the whole day. And here we have a locked door. And I hope the key is here. That's something I want to add in, yeah. And here we have a key we can pick up. Yeah, this door is kind of bugged for some reason. And now we can look at our keys. I mean, it's a lockpick, but here we can turn that around, have a look at it from all sides. Yay! Shiny metal lockpick. And we can equip that. Yep. And now we can open the door, because we have the proper key for it. And we can also open that door. And the sounds are just stupid placeholders. Some don't have sounds for some reason. And we can also pick up items and carry them around if we want to. So, for instance, we can throw a barrel here and annoy the villagers with it. Blueprints. All blueprints. Okay, the sword is not doing anything that way, so let's pick it up and equip that sword. And now we are running around with a sword. Yay! Let's push people aside with our sword. Haha! Or we can kick the barrel around. This is still a bit buggy, so let's pick that up. Okay. Yeah, and that's basically all the mechanics that I have in here at the moment. The game itself will be an exploration adventure game, meaning there will be no fighting. Funny thing is that I worked on this project for about 8 months, maybe a bit more. Thank you for the follow. And I ported the game over in about 3 weeks. 3 or 4 weeks maximum. But I had the layouts, the game design and all that done by then, so let's say maybe if I had started in Unreal, I'm not sure if I would have been much faster. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But the port was quite fast. My appointment? Yesterday? What was it? Yeah, it was yesterday. Was it good? Was good. Was totally fine. But there are a few things that are slightly better in Unity. For instance, if I want to build houses out of modular pieces, I can use vertex snapping in Unity. And in Unreal, I also have the option to vertex snap, but I need to do a lot of work beforehand for that to work properly, because I need to move the pivot of every object to the vertex that I want to snap to and all that stuff. So it's a bit of work I need to do, and if I want to snap to different vertices on the same object, it's kind of overkill. So I'm kind of used coordinates for this and build the houses that way. But since I already know all the dimensions of the meshes because I worked with them earlier, it wasn't that much of a problem. But for some reason this gate didn't have the proper... Did I save this? Oh, I didn't save this. Okay. But in the end, those are minor annoyances, so it's not much of a problem. Go for blueprints. Or if you really want to program, then yeah, okay, go for C++, but you can do a lot with blueprints. If you want to do file management and loading of assets from disks and stuff like that, then you can't really do that in Blueprint, or at least there are limits to what you can do with blueprints in that regard. But apart from that, you can do almost everything with blueprints. And as long as you have the base logic in, and then shouldn't have problems with it. So this should be fixed now so that we can walk through. Damn it. Um, yeah, okay, you have to learn the basic structure of an Unreal game, basically, and the thing is, I'm not really looking up everything that I can come across. I mostly search for a specific thing I want to do, and then look what kind of functions work with that. And so it sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't work that way, but okay, let's go that way. I hope this is too much, but it's okay. The thing is, you can find a lot of tutorials, written videos, different kinds, different explanations that help a lot because the community is huge. And I thought that the documentation for why for Unity was good, but Unreal community and documentation is better, I think. Why can't we go through there? No problem. Okay, so we could walk through this wall here. Wait. That would be strange. No, we can't walk through the wall. Good. But we also can't get through the gate. Strange. Okay, we still have something completely blocking this. Oh. What? This is strange. Oh, okay. I think I know what I need to do. The other gate is also blocking everything, so we need to remove the collision here. Even though this is hidden, it's blocking. Okay, now this is fixed. Okay. Let's see, we need small gate. Let's remove that collision here. And set this. Okay. And we also need to fix the... If it's not used, then we also don't need the collision for it. So let's have a look. In our construction script, we are just setting the visibility, but we are not completely hiding it. So maybe set visibility is not the right thing to do. Let's try this. No, it's still there. Oh, yeah, because I know why. It has to be hidden. That's what I wanted. But no, that didn't work. For instance, for something like this, I will just look this up. Okay, that's what I had there, but yeah, sorry, I was leaning back and was too far away from it. I need to keep that in mind so that I'm talking into the mic properly, because I'm not having a headset on anymore. Okay, we can also disable the collisions. I think that's what we need to do for this as well. So need those. Okay, we can't do both. I mean, we can do both, but so let's put this here. And we also need to set collision enabled. No collision. Okay, yeah, that worked. I think that's the only thing I need for those, if they're hidden. I mean, I also need to make them invisible, but the collision here is more important. So, and another problem with the mic is that I'm mumbling sometimes, which is hard to understand in some cases, so I need to work on that as well. So let's remove this. And copy that whole block. So here we want the small gate to be visible, not hidden. Collisions enabled. Even though I'm not sure if we need physics for this. I don't think so. Okay. This should be the right thing. Okay. Yeah. Now we don't get the extra collision data here. And they're hidden as well. So we can inspect to lit, and now we should be able to get through the damn gates. Yes, that's what I wanted. Okay, and these guards cannot find their patrol points. I need to fix those. No, they are still here, but they might be a bit close. So let's move them here. Okay. So move this over here and change this to standard. here. Yeah, no, this doesn't really work. This looks horrible. And it also cuts into the house. No, that's definitely not working that way. Okay. Yep, that's a bit strange. Yeah, but you can jump onto the wall. Nope, that's not good. So the tower needs to be higher here. Yeah, I think it's okay here, but should definitely be higher there. And this tower needs to be higher. Damn it. I'm tower limit. I think this might... yeah, this still works. Okay. Let's push this over here. Let's make this... now we need to push this over here a bit. This needs to be higher, I think. I think that's the highest that's possible here. Whoops. Okay. Okay, we can't jump that. Hopefully. Oh yeah, no. Shouldn't be possible. I mean, some players always find a way to jump up walls, but for the most part this should be okay. And here, I'm not sure if I want to go make this angled that way, or if I'm just building the wall this way. Problem is, kind of like the idea of having octagonal towers, but most of the assets I have here don't work with that. This would make a few of these corners a lot easier to handle, especially over at the brewery. If you have a look here, this would be much easier with round or octagonal towers. But I don't have those. I mean, I can create octagonal towers, but then the corners would look horrible. Wait, let's see, maybe we can work with that. Let's see, we have towers, walls, snap-ons. These are windows. Okay, those are just planes. Yeah, those are gates. Doorways for the towers. Corners. I think we have round corners in here. Yes, we have round corners, even though they look a bit strange. So we could get this to work, maybe. Those are not the round ones. Yep. So it could work. Just need to change the tower construction. And then we have another problem, because we don't have the proper floor tiles for that, which we can also create, so it's not that much of a problem, but nothing that I have available at the moment. I mean, what I could do is cut let's add oops, not 80. Let's make a really long wall here. Then add in a tower. Another long wall. Another tower, and then you can add this here. Yeah, I think 8 was correct here. We can push the tower over a bit more. Should mean we only have the gate down here. Yeah, that works. And as a result, we have a bit more space here for these houses because they're a bit too cramped together. We can push this over here maybe. Yeah, it's not connecting here correctly, so let's this a bit shorter. Okay. Okay. This works. means this tower here can be deleted. Yep. So we have a bit more space there that we can use for whatever. I think we'll move one or two of these houses up and add a bit of garden area around, and then do the same over here so that they have a bit more space. Back here in the corner, not sure. Maybe I will add something special up there, something interesting to explore. Yeah, I think that works. So we can remove this. Oops. Did I? Okay. Makes it a lot darker and more imposing, but it's okay. Yeah, let's make this square for the moment, but I would like this to be different at some point. Okay. Looks good. I think I need to move the brewery itself a bit more in here, so it's more in the center. Okay. Big building here, and yeah, it's a bit more space around here for the other buildings, so that works. Okay. So this layout is almost done. Thing is, I think I'm looking into changing these towers to octagonal, and then create slightly more interesting wall layouts, because I'm using too many squares already. I also need to figure out good way to add staircases to the towers. because at the moment my staircases for the interiors are a bit too big. So if we go in here we have a staircase that's covering 4 spaces here, and if we wanted to have proper staircase running around, spiral staircase, then this would take up even more space. I'm not sure. Maybe 6 spaces, 8 spaces, no, 6 or 9 spaces, I'm not sure. It's definitely a bit too big. That's why I need to look into creating additional stairs. And here we have the same problem. It's all square. This would look a lot better if I could just cut a corner here. But I don't have the connecting pieces so that it looks good. And I might need to resync this layout here a bit. One of the problems is that the exteriors are not coming with pieces for windows for some reason. Double doors, no problem. I have a piece for that, but no windows. Even though the interior castle and cathedrals have windows, well, window frames. I mean, one thing I could do here for the interior is adding ladders to it, and then hello. I'm mostly done with them, at least for the initial layout. The only problem I have with this is that it's too square. And over here, it's also just a square. So it's a bit, let's call it boring, if it's just a simple square. But as a result, I have a bit more space here I could use for houses around here. No, that's the problem. I can't do that because the assets I'm using are square, and I'm not sure if I can get them to work properly with splines. But I was thinking of maybe changing the towers to be octagonal, and then use those corners to connect the walls. Okay. Let me show you the pieces I have here for the wall. This is my wall element. So it's quite high, but really short. I know there are longer variations, but I'm not sure if it would work with the rest then. At the moment I'm just adding them together. So this is the set walls. I'm just using a for loop for the number of walls left and right from the gate, or from the middle point on the wall. I mean, how would I set this up? Can you give me a starting point, basically? What would I need to do to set this up? Haven't done that yet. Is it landscape splines? Something like this here. How would I need to set them up? Or what would I need to set them up? Okay. Okay. Interesting. So let's take our wall piece here. Set this as the spline mesh. Okay, I will have a look at this later. Because I'm not watching YouTube videos on stream. I'll definitely have a look at that, and maybe tomorrow I'm having a prototype for that, basically. Okay. Yeah, I will definitely have a look at it. Which brings me to the point that I think I'm done for today, because it's already a bit late and this looks interesting, so I might have a look at it in a moment once I'm offline. And I will be back tomorrow, and then we'll see what I will do then. Maybe I'm let's call it fit enough in Blender to do a bit of asset creation, because I definitely need to create a few floor and roof pieces here for these houses. And then connecting roof here. So, and the other thing that I will definitely do tomorrow is start on the interior for the brewery, because we need this soon, so I can get the big quest going again. And we also need roofs for that, because at the moment it's a bit too open here. Oops. Because there are no roofs for it. No roof pieces that we can use. Okay, so I will be back tomorrow. Let me think. Tomorrow evening I will be back, because tomorrow morning or around noon I'm having an appointment which I can't miss. And interesting, I thought you were already following me. But thank you for the follow. um, and then after that, I have a bit of time to play around with splines and stuff like that. And maybe even watch the lengthy video from Epic. And then play around with that tomorrow evening. But for today, I think it's enough. I'm tired, but I still want to have a look at this video. So, bye bye. See you guys later, tomorrow, or whenever you have time to watch. Bye.
Hi guys, I'm Morten from Playful Synapse. In this video I will show you how to make procedural spline meshes and how to control them with a spline. This technique is really quite simple, but very useful for creating complex bended shapes of many kinds. What you see here on the screen is the pipe spline mesh from the example files that comes with the Unreal Engine. I've created a construction script that adds this spline mesh between each point on the spline. This makes it very easy to modify and create the shape that you want to make. So for instance, if I want to make this a bit longer, I just click on the spline point at the end, like that. If I want to add another spline point, I can just click on the middle here, another spline point. I can then bend the shape as I like this. And if I want to change the direction of the spline, I can just change it like this, just by using the rotation tool. So you see, this is a very handy way of creating a lot of bended shapes. You can use it for creating pipes like this, roads, and a lot of things. I'm sure you have a lot of things that you can think of yourself that you would like to use this for. So I'm going to show you how to make this one in this tutorial. So just lean back and enjoy.